Hey, look at that. Look at that. We have people joining us. Hey, how are you? Now, I have two people who are right on time. So I don't like to delay. We don't have a moment to lose. So, what I would like to ask you is first and foremost, which test are you studying for? The school test or the state test or both? And I'll open up the chat so that if you prefer not to say so on your microphone, you can type it into the chat. Both. Okay. Yeah, most people are. Okay. And then my second question for you is, was there anything in the course that you found particularly difficult or challenging or that you have questions about? Oh, great. Forgive me. The school just texted me, so I'm just answering their question. Okay. So we have someone who's just joined us. Okay. So what we're talking about right now is what we're going to do this evening. All right. And what we're going to do is we're going to study for both school and state. You're going to find that school and state tests are extremely similar because any school that you go to in New York State, they try to make their test as much like the state test as possible. Because don't we want to follow what our bosses are doing? Of course we do. So you are going to find that the school and state tests are quite similar and have a lot of overlapping questions. Now, Elaine says she's just starting, which is fine because I figure you have to learn the stuff sooner or later. And it doesn't matter if you learn it now or if you learn it later. It doesn't matter when you learn it. It just matters that you learn it. So it shouldn't be any problem. So let me tell you what I'm going to do. You do not have to take notes. I will take notes for you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you sample questions from the school test and state test, and then I'm going to give you explanations of the information. And at the end of the class, I will send you a transcript of this class. So right now, could you please put into the chat your name and your email address so that I can email the transcript to you at the end? If you don't know how to find the chat, just tell me. Leo Bob, I think you've been in my class before, haven't you? Yeah. Oh, great, great, great. I'm so glad. Okay. So does anybody have any requests? Like sometimes people say, oh, I want to do commercial or I want to do construction or I want to do math or something like that. Do we have any requests today? If not, I'll just talk. I'll just talkity talk. All right, you asked for it. Can we do co-ops and condos? That's a good one. Okay, I can easily do co-ops and condos for you. First thing I'm going to start with is I'm going to start with a question from the state test. Here's a question that is on both the school test and the state test. The offering plan for a condominium or cooperative is filed with which one of the following state agencies? Attorney General, Financial Services, Department of State, or Housing and Community Renewal? What's the answer? Thank you. Where's our friend Letitia James when you need her, right? So, offering plans for co-ops and condos are sent to New York State Attorney General. No one can market these apartments until Attorney General approves. And the reason for that is consumer protection, because the Attorney General wants to make sure that people are not being kicked out of their homes. Like if a rental building is converted to a co-op or a condo, they want to be sure that people are not unfairly being kicked out of their homes. They want to be sure that the prices are not exorbitant and things like that. So New York State's, for your interest, New York State's laws for co-ops and condo offering plans have served as a model for the whole entire nation. Okay, here's another one that's always on the test. Which one of the following types of home insurance policy would be purchased by condo owners? HO1, HO3, HO4, or HO6? Okay, so all you have to know is that HO4 is for renters and HO6 is for condos. That one's always on the test. Which one of the following is a term for a building that includes both condo and co-op ownership in the same structure? You can take a guess if you want to. Okay, I'm going to tell you. Answer is condo. Now, let me explain how this works, okay? Uh, if a if somebody wants to start a co-op, a corporation, a co-op corporation buys a building and sells shares in their corporation to people who want to live in the apartments. But what if the ground floor of the building is a store or an office? Does the co-op corporation have to buy the whole building? No. The corporation can buy only the apartments. They do this when the seller divides the building up into two condo units, one for the store and one for the apartments upstairs. A store like Walgreens buys the ground floor condo, and the co-op corporation buys the upper floors containing apartments. They call this a condo. I don't know why, but it's always on the test. Because there's only about 300 condops in the whole freaking city. Does anybody know how many buildings in New York City? In all 5 boroughs in New York City, how many buildings? It's not on the test. I'm just asking for fun. Does anybody know? I mentioned it, I think, once or twice in the course. Well, the most recent estimate by Department of Buildings is that there are 1.1 million buildings in the whole city. So if there's 1.1 million buildings in the whole city and there's 300 condops, why is that on the test? I don't know. I don't know, but Department of State doesn't ask me what I think. So now you know the answer when you see it on the test. What would purchaser receive to convey ownership of a condo? Stock in a corporation, a proprietary lease, riparian rights, or a deed. And if you don't feel, oh, someone just joined us. Hello, Melanie. Melanie, as you can see, we are underway, but you haven't missed anything because what I do is at the end of the class, I send a transcript of the class to everybody. So if you would like to put your name and your email address into the chat, then I'll be able to send you a transcript tonight. Okay, so what would a purchaser receive to convey ownership of a condo? If you don't feel like typing the answer into the chat, you can call it out if you want to, just unmute yourself and call it out. It's up to you. All right, so the answer is a deed. And the reason is that a condo is exactly like a house, except a condo is in a building and a house is in a neighborhood. Now, here's one I think is a little bit hard. Residential condos would be considered what type of property for purposes of property tax valuation? Homestead, non-conforming, non-homestead, or special taxing district? Well, let me tell you a little more about this, okay? Uh, Sometimes there are some people who can get a real property tax exemption, like seniors, uh, veterans, farmers, etc. But they don't get a an exemption on every property they own, only their home. So for real estate tax purposes, they classify real estate as homestead or non-homestead. So if the taxpayer lives in a condo, the condo is homestead. Okay, let me check my notes for the school test and see if we have any good ones on here. They're probably going to just be the same questions again because the school test copies the state test a lot. Here's one. This one is usually on both the school test and the state test. What docs do co-op owners get? Certificate of occupancy, deed, stock shares and proprietary lease, or title certificate? What's the answer? Oh, hello. I see that Jess has just joined us. Jess, you don't have to worry. You didn't miss anything because at the end of the class, I send a transcript of our meeting to everyone. And so if you could please put your name and email address into the chat, then I'll be able to send it to you. And by the way, I should tell everybody that if you should become disconnected from the Zoom or I get disconnected from the Zoom, don't worry, because now I have your email and I have saved it already. I have your email. And so now I'll be able to uh, send you the transcript, even if you get disconnected and you can't come back. But if we get disconnected, just be patient. Just come back to me. Or if I get disconnected, just be patient. I will come back to you. All right. So nothing to worry about. Okay. Here's another one from the school test. I think you're going to find that the school test is easier than the state test, but the school test has a lot more math. And it's not because we wanted it to be that way. It's because we have to follow the requirements of Department of State. And Department of State are the ones who require us to have more math than the state test does. Now, while I'm typing this for you, let me give you a little tip about the state test, which is for some reason, they put all the math questions on the last page. So I'm a person, I usually spend more time on the math questions than on the verbal questions. So I usually, if I have to take a Department of State test, I usually go straight to the last page first, do the math questions, and then go back and start over and do all of the rest of the questions. That way I don't have to worry about running out of time at the end when I'm dealing with the math questions. So here we go. What type of building is designed for group co-ownership? Condo, rental, house, or special use? You can type the answer into the chat or you can call it out. I don't care. Thank you. Very good. Answer is condo. In a condo, all apartment owners share ownership of the common areas like lobby, gym, garage, etc., as tenants in common. That's why they call them the common areas. All right. I think we're going to be almost done with this topic pretty quickly. Okay, here's a good one for you. I have a couple of good ones here. These are the school tests. What best describes a co-op buyer's interest? Uh, Leasehold, freehold, joint tenancy, or sole proprietorship? Thank you. Answer is leasehold. Answer is leasehold. Because, okay, a condo is freehold and a co-op is leasehold. The reason is that a co-op buyer buys shares in the corporation that owns the building. Then they lease back the apartment from the corporation. So it's kind of like leasing from yourself because you are a part owner of the corporation. People from other cities and other countries cannot understand this. It seems like really, really weird to them. But to New Yorkers, we kind of understand it. And one of the things that people like about it is that it's a way of making co-ops more economical. Like it's more expensive to buy a condo than it is to buy a co-op. Now, I see that Tamar joined us. I'm so happy to see you. Tamar and I have been emailing each other today. So I'm so happy that you were able to join the class. Now, Tamar, do not worry because you're joining the class at 6:25, but you don't have to worry because you haven't missed anything. What I do is uh, at the end of the evening, I send a transcript of the class to everybody who was here. And so you will get all the sample questions and all the explanations of the questions um, later on this evening. You got to give me an hour or two to compile it, but later this evening you will get it. So Tamar, could you please, I know I already have your email, but could you please put it into the chat for me? So put your full name and your email address, and that way we'll be sure that you get a copy of the transcript this evening. Okay, here's a good question, which is from the school test again. Oops. Oh, I hit enter too quick and I gave away the answer. What is CPS 1? A, an appraisal. B, another name for house rules. C, application to test the market. That's the right answer. Or D, share loan document. That's wrong. So CPS 1 is an application. CPS 1 is an application to New York State government for permission to test market prices for a new co-op or condo. Now, let me explain why that would be, okay? Let's say that I live in a rental building and the landlord decides he's going to turn it into a co-op, okay? So the landlord comes to me and says, Kristen, how would you like to buy your apartment? And I go, oh, yeah, I'd love to buy my apartment. And he goes, okay, Kristen, that'll be $10 million. And I go, $10 million? I don't have $10 million. Well, charging me $10 million for the apartment that I'm renting is the same as evicting me because I can't pay $10 million. So it's the same as kicking me out. So what New York State requires is that the person who creates the co-op or condo, which we call them the sponsor is the person or the company that makes the co-op or condo. They're required to prove that their prices are fair. Well, how do they prove their prices are fair? They test the market. And they test the market mostly by advertising the property and seeing what kind of feedback they get from the public and from real estate brokers. Okay, so that's what CPS 1 is. And one of the things they will do is they will try to trick you on the test about CPS 1. Let me show you. What is a chemical that leaks out of refrigerators and air conditioners and destroys Earth's protective ozone layer? And your choices are okay, your choice. What is a chemical that leaks out of out of refrigerators and air conditioners and destroys Earth's protective ozone layer? CFC, PCB, CPS1, or CCR? What's the answer? Exactly right. Exactly right. Answer is CFC. Now, the way to remember this is that CFC is chlorofluorocarbon. Okay. Now, the nasty thing in the chlorofluorocarbon is the chlorine. So think about it this way. If you took a shirt and you took a bottle of bleach and you poured the bleach onto the shirt, what would happen? The fibers of the shirt would rot. You'd start getting holes in your shirt, right? Same thing with the atmosphere. When that nasty chlorine goes up into the air, it rots the composition of the ozone layer that protects us. And that's why, have you noticed in recent years, like when I was a little kid, nobody wore sunblock, but now they tell you you're supposed to wear sunblock even indoors, even in the shade, you're supposed to wear sunblock. So that's because those nasty CFCs have put holes in the ozone layer, just the same way chlorine would put holes in a shirt. Um, that's a great question. Well, after signing a contract, the main reason that people would probably renegotiate is if there turns out to be some kind of material defect. Like I'll give you an example. I was selling a house once and the contract was signed and the home inspector came in and it was like a really, really old house. It was built in 1860. And so the girder in the basement that was holding up the whole entire house got eaten by termites and it was dangerous. So they went back to the seller and said to the seller, look, we can't go through with this sale because it failed the home inspection. And so we have to renegotiate this. So indeed, the brokers were involved, but that's also when the lawyers became involved. Now, a contract is a contract. So a buyer has to be very careful because if they sign a contract, they make a deposit. And the deposit is usually 10% of the purchase price. So if they buy a home for $1 million and uh, the contract deposit is going to be $100,000, and if the buyer backs out of the contract, they can lose their $100,000. So it's not a very good idea for a buyer to try to renegotiate after signing the contract because they could lose. And if they lose, they could lose their contract deposit. But like I said, if they have, let's say, a home inspection contingency or something like that, or they have a mortgage contingency, then a contingency might make it possible to renegotiate after the contract is signed. Okay, so I'm curious, is that something that's happening or has happened to you? Oh, sure. Yeah, the broker does help negotiate the sale price before signing the contract, for sure. Okay. I'm happy to answer questions, but you don't have to worry. That question is not on the test. Okay. All right. I'm going to finish up with these co-op and condo questions, and we'll move on to something else. Now, does anybody does anybody have any other topics that we'd like to talk about? I'm talking about co-ops and condos because we had a request for that. But sometimes people say they want to talk about construction or they want to talk about commercial real estate or something like that. So does anybody have any topics that you'd like to talk about? Who holds title to a specific co-op apartment? All residents as tenants in common, the co-op board, co-op corporation, or the unit owner? What's the answer? I'm sorry, Leah Bob, I don't understand what you mean the board didn't qualify for a standard loan. The board didn't qualify? You mean the
Hi,
board?
hi, Kristen.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
sure, sure.
Yeah, so actually, that was our personal situation. We were selling a co-op apartment in New York, and we had a non-contingent contract. Uh, and the board didn't qualify for a standard loan.
The
Like
board or the buyer?
board, our co-op didn't qualify.
Oh,
Like,
so the board, so the co-op
yeah,
corporation wanted to get a loan on the building.
well, the buyer wanted to get a loan, but the mortgage, the banks were declined, they denied the cooperative because their financial,
Because of the instability of the co-op corporation.
yeah, it was in deficit.
Okay. So if
So,
they had a mortgage contingency, the buyer would be able to back out.
but they didn't have it.
Oh,
The buyer didn't have it because the buyer gave us an offer which was non-contingent. However, there is in a cooperative contract, it states that um, if the cooperative is not in a good standing, then the buyer can back out of the sale.
oh, okay. Yeah.
That's that's it,
You're absolutely right. That's a question for the lawyers.
right? So it's at this point, I think it's not the real estate salesperson's responsibility, right? It's more of a lawyer's responsibility.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Correct. Because this has to do with the legal
Right,
clauses in the contracts.
right, great. Thanks.
Sure. But it's a good thing that you understand it because I think that we as salespersons and brokers,
Hmm.
like we're not allowed to give legal advice or anything like
Right,
that. We have to defer to the lawyers, but there's no reason that says that we have to be stupid and not understand stuff. So I think
right.
we should always understand the legal stuff, even if we're not able to advise on it.
Right, because as salespersons, we cannot, like you said, we cannot give advice on the documents, on legal documents, right, on contracts.
Right. But it doesn't mean we can't understand them.
Right,
we
yeah.
Okay. So what's the answer to the last question? Who holds title to a specific co-op apartment? All residents as tenants in common. Remember, we're talking co-ops here. The co-op board, co-op corporation, or the unit owner. Thank you. Answer is C. Let me give you a tip. When you take the state test, the most common answer is C. And the last time I took the state test was in 2024. And there was one place where there were like 6C answers all in a row. Okay. So the most, because of test writer psychology, the most common answer on a test is C. I had a student who ran out of time on the state test and couldn't finish 10 questions. He just marked them all C and he passed. Okay. The school test is not like that. The answers are randomized. So you will probably get an equal number of A, B, C, and D answers. Okay, just a tip. All right. So I think we've pretty much done co-ops and condos. What other topic would we like to talk about? If you don't name a topic, I'll just give you stuff. Here's a question. I have a construction question here that is always on both the school test and the state test. What is another word for slope or angle of a roof? Exposure, lolly, pitch, or ridge? So we're talking about the angle of the roof. Exactly right. Pitch is the angle of the roof. It could be a flat roof or a sloped roof so that snow and water can run off. I'm curious to know, have people been using the ERM, the exam readiness meter? The exam readiness meter, I think that RELNY is the only school that has it. I think they invented it. And what they do is like when you have all the little quizzes and like lecture tests and stuff, which are required by federal and state governments, we have to do it. When you do those little quizzes that they have, the exam readiness meter records your answers and it predicts how well you're going to do on the school test. And RELNY School was opened about 4 years ago. And we have discovered that the exam readiness meter is incredibly accurate. And like if it says you're going to score an 85, you usually score like an 84 or an 86 or something. It's very, very accurate. Now, we don't have access to the state test, so we can't really do it for the state test, but usually the results are about the same. If you pass the school test, you usually pass the state test. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. I got a question here for Liubov, okay? If one party, if one party in a bilateral contract fails to perform, it is a breach, a counteroffer, a revision, or a nuisance. Well, it is a nuisance, but not legally a nuisance. What's the answer? Thank you. Answer is A. Answer is A. A breach means a break of a contract. All right. I think we should try a math question from the state test. Our room is 9 feet by 10 feet with a closet 3 feet by 4 feet. What is the usable area of the room? Okay, well, we know that closets aren't usable. So what we're going to do is first I'm going to grab my calculator. Now, I want to show you something. Do not use this calculator. Okay, this is a scientific calculator. If you take this to the state test, they will confiscate it from you. All right, so let me get my other calculator. Okay, this calculator, my bling calculator, this I can use because it's, it's fancy looking. It looks fancy and everything, but it's just a basic calculator. All it does is multiply and divide. So you cannot use a scientific calculator or a real estate calculator or a financial calculator on the state test. They'll take it away from you. You have to bring some like piece of junk from the dollar store. All right. So generally speaking, I say that if you paid less than $10 for the calculator, you're probably okay. Do not bring a rocket ship like a Hewlett Packard or a Texas Instruments or something like that. Okay, so I'm just going to, the reason why is because those fancy calculators can store equations. And Department of State wants, yeah, you got it. Department of State wants you to have the answer in your head. Okay, so what we are going to say is the room is a rectangle. Area of a rectangle is length times width. So 9 times 10 equals 90 square feet for the room. 3 times 4 equals 12 square feet for the closet. 90 square feet minus 12 square feet equals 78 square feet. 78 is the answer. Okay, pretty easy, right? While we're on the subject of rentable and usable, let me see if I can give you another math question that you're going to see on the test. Okay, this is the school test. A building has 12,800 rentable square feet, 10,000 of which are considered usable. What is the efficiency factor? So in order to solve this, you have to know what rentable, usable, and efficiency are. So let's go through it, okay? So rentable is the whole space. Tenant has to pay for the whole office, uh, even if they can't use it all. Usable is areas tenant can use for their business. They can't use closets, elevators, lobby, bathrooms, halls, etc. But they do have to pay for them. These are called loss areas. Tenants can use offices, conference rooms, classrooms, waiting areas, cafeteria, etc. Efficiency is the percent of total space, which is rentable, that tenant can use. So it's going to be easy now. What did we say? It was 10,000 usable. So 10,000 usable square feet divided by 12,000. What was it? Let me see. 12,800 divided by 12,800 rentable square feet equals, I should not need a calculator for this, but I do. You got it right. Answer is C. Okay, they will ask you. Let me give you a question from the state test. They will ask you, rent for commercial space is calculated based on which of the following? Usable square footage, rentable square footage, common and private square footage, or space on which real estate tax is paid? Okay, well, everybody wishes it were A. Everybody wishes they paid rent on the space they can use. Yeah, but unfortunately, they make you pay for the closets and the stairs and stuff like that. So you got to pay for the whole freaking thing. So yeah, so the answer is B. All right. What is net square feet? Rentable, usable, same as gross, or mortgageable? Okay, nobody wants to chip in, so I'll tell you. Uh, Rentable is gross and usable is net because uh, rentable minus loss square feet equals usable. Okay, I'm glad I did that question because it's important for us to do questions that people don't get it right away. Because that way we can be sure. Oh, excuse me, I just stepped on something sticking to my shoe. um, that way we can be sure we know everything that's going to be on the test. All right. Moving along, if you don't have any more uh, requests, I'm just going to keep going. And I have a good one that I think people would like to know about. And this is from the state test. They love to ask you questions about who does and does not need a real estate license. Okay, so which one of the following individuals would be exempt from the real estate licensing requirement? Tenant relocator, attorney who does not sponsor salespersons, property manager for several different owners, or mortgage broker for mortgages other than residential. Very good. Everybody got it right. Okay. Uh, there's a lot of questions about who needs a license and who doesn't need a license. And what I think I'm going to do is later this evening, when I send you the transcript, I will also include information about who needs a license and who doesn't, because the rules are kind of confusing. Now, let me ask you a question, see if people know. Uh, when does a property manager need a real estate license? When does a property manager need a real estate license? I'm not going to give you choices. You just have to tell me. Okay, that's really important. And the reason why is that I have seen some textbooks that get it wrong. And the textbooks are just flagrantly incorrect. And I know the correct answer because I've had many correspondences with lawyers at Department of State on this subject. So I am positive that what I just gave you is the right answer. So you have to be careful because there are some textbooks that get it wrong. Oh, and I just remembered something. If you'll excuse me for just 1 second, I'm just going to go in the other room and grab a book, and I'll be right back. Okay, here's the book I want to show you. Now, as you know, RELNY does not require you to buy a book. And one of the things I like about RELNY is that you can download the transcripts of the lectures for free. So I really like that about RELNY. Like some schools make you spend like 50 bucks on a book, and RELNY doesn't do that. But students have asked, do we have a textbook? And the fact is, we do. I keep forgetting to tell the students about it, and RELNY gets mad at me because I keep forgetting to tell the students. This is the textbook, okay? It has every single thing that is in the transcripts. It has every single word of the course in it, but it also has extra material. It has about twice as much extra material. So you can use it like as a reference book. And what I do with my books is I put my name on it, so it's Kristen's. And then I always put my picture so that, like, some people don't remember names, but they remember what I look like. So, like, I put a picture of me. One of my friends was joking around and she goes, Kristen, you look like King Kong. But anyway, they sell it. They sell it on Amazon. So if you want King Kong, you can get it. All right. Can the owner have like a lot of buildings and still working for one owner? Yes. Okay. It's not. I discussed this with a lawyer at uh, Department of State, and I said to the guy, I have searched everywhere for this freaking law. I have read every law in New York State. Why am I not finding this anywhere in the law? And the guy said, it's not in the law. It's in Department of State policy. It's our policy of what we're going to prosecute and what we don't. So he said, generally speaking, if it's a matter of one owner, it's not a matter of how many buildings. Because, for example, look at Peter Cooper Village, Stuyvesant Town. You know how many freaking apartments they have there? They have 11,000 apartments. I don't even know how many buildings, 20 or 30 buildings, but it's one owner. So it's not the number of buildings, it's the number of owners. And like, how do you decide what a building is? Sometimes you have two buildings that are connected by a bridge. Is that one building or two buildings? Like, who knows? So there you go. Yeah. If a salesperson wants to work for two different brokers in the same state and the brokers know and agree to it, does the salesperson need to get the second license? Yes. Okay. What you do is you apply for a second license. Okay. Um, it's unusual because usually the brokers don't agree to it, but brokers will agree to it. Like if you have one broker in New York City and one broker in Buffalo, or you have one broker in residential and one broker in commercial. If the brokers don't compete, then they don't really care if you have two licenses. But if the brokers compete, well, okay, I have two licenses. I have one license as an independent broker, and I have another license as a corporate broker. So it's two pieces of paper, two different expiration dates, two different license numbers. Okay. which is the name for the second license. Well, the first license is going to say that you're Sam Jones and you work for Happy Real Estate. Then the second license is going to say you're Sam Jones and you work for Pleasant Real Estate. And it has, the license does not have your address on it. It has the address of the broker. No, you don't have to pass the state test twice. You only have to pass it once. But you have to pass the state test and the school test to get a license. But like they didn't make me take another broker test when I got my second broker license. Yeah, you get a separate license number. Now, once again, this is not on the test. There are no questions on the test about either reciprocity or dual licensure. Okay, I mean, I'm happy to answer people's questions, but those are not on the test. Okay. Here's one that is always on the test. This is a state test. When an agent is representing one party in a transaction, but also acts in the best interests of another party in the same transaction, the agent's action is known as mixed use, bilateral contract, informed consent, or undisclosed dual agency. What's the answer? Okay, but okay, I think that your answer is correct. And unfortunately, you are going to find cases where Department of State does not word their questions very well. Because what they really should say is when an agent is representing one party in a transaction, but also acts in the best interests of another party in the same transaction without telling. They forgot the words without telling. And what they're looking for is undisclosed dual agency. So the answer, Department of State is looking for is illegal, undisclosed dual agency. They forgot to add the words without telling in the question. I'm sorry to say, but you're going to find typos and bad grammar, bad writing on the state test. It's just inevitable. It happens. According to IRS code, a real estate agent cannot qualify as an independent contractor under which of the following? The agent's work hours are set by the broker. The agent is a licensed real estate salesperson. The income of the agent is based solely on sales output, or the agent has an executed written contract with a broker. What's the answer? Exactly right. Exactly right. Okay, a boss cannot tell an independent contractor when, where, why, or how to work. They can only tell them what to do, which in our case is sell and rent real estate. So they cannot set the they cannot set the work hours. Yeah, because they can tell them what to do. So, for example, some brokerages say we require you to be on call for a certain number of days, like maybe one time a week, which they can't tell you when. Okay, but one time a week, we want you to be available for incoming calls to the brokerage. Okay, sometimes they'll do that. Okay, but so that would be the kind of office duty. But or they might say you're responsible for taking your own photographs, or you're responsible for writing your own ads. But as far as saying like we're going to make you answer phones or we're going to make you do filing or something like that, you can't make them do that because it's not part of their role as a real estate salesperson. Now, to be fair with you, to give you a complete answer, both IRS and New York State have a test for independent contractor. And it's like they keep changing the number of questions. There used to be 17 questions. Now I think there's 11 questions, but there's a bunch of questions that they ask the broker and the independent contractor. And depending on how they answer those questions, the tax authority determines whether the person really is an independent contractor or whether they are an employee who's not being paid properly. Because one of the biggest causes of tax fraud in our nation is when a broker tells somebody they're an independent contractor, but they treat them like an employee. That's like one of the most common causes of tax fraud. And the IRS knows that. Okay, here's one for you. This is on both the school test and the state test. According to New York State real property law, at what point must a salesperson present the agency disclosure form to a consumer? At first substantive contact, before the transaction is finalized, before the seller makes a counteroffer, or after buyer has decided to buy the house? Thank you. Answer is first substantive contact. Now, here's a question that I don't like. It's from the state test. The reason I don't like it is that I think it's antiquated, or as they say in real estate, obsolete. Which of the following scenarios best illustrates the first substantive contact with a prospective buyer? A couple who calls the real estate office asking about the location of a property for a drive-by on their own. Individuals walking through an open house who did not speak to the agent. An agent giving a seminar to home buyers or a group of prospective purchasers. An individual meeting with an agent and discussing the purchase of a specific property. What's the answer? Answer is D, because Department of State thinks of substantive contact as a face-to-face meeting. Okay. Now, I don't like this question because I think that your first substantive contact could be on the phone or on Skype or on FaceTime or direct messaging, whatever. It could be a lot of different ways. So it kind of bothers me that Department of State doesn't include electronics. Uh, I want to be sure that everyone understands what the earnest money deposit is. This is the state test. Which individual usually holds the down payment earnest money deposit? Seller's agent, buyer's attorney, or seller's attorney? Answer is the seller's attorney. Now, I'm going to tell you why. In many states, the deposit is held by the broker, but not New York. Yeah, thank you, Leo Buff. You are correct. In many states, the broker holds the deposit. But in New York State, it's the lawyer. So the seller's attorney holds the buyer's deposit. The reason is that New York State has something called the lawyer's fund, which is automatic customer insurance in case a lawyer does something wrong. So if I'm a buyer, am I going to give 100,000 to the guy with insurance or the guy with no insurance? Right? I'm going to give it to the guy with insurance so that if anything goes wrong, if my money is not handled properly, I get reimbursed. So that's why in New York State, we give the money to lawyers and not brokers. A bridge loan is one where more than one property is covered by the loan. A seller passes the mortgage debt to a buyer. A borrower pays off other debts as well as financing real estate, or temporary financing enables a purchaser to finance a new property before selling an old one. I'm glad I asked this one. Answer is D. A bridge loan is called that because buyer is building a financial bridge from one property to another. In other words, they are using money from one property to pay for the purchase of another property. This is a relatively new question on the state test. When a lender at a foreclosure sale receives less than what is owed, the lender may petition the court for deficiency judgment, escheat allowance, attachment lien, or easement lien. What's the answer? Exactly right. Answer is A. Let's say I owe the bank $800,000 and I default on my mortgage and the bank forecloses. Banks don't keep the real estate. They sell it to try to get their 800,000 back. So the bank auctions the house and only gets 700,000. That is a 100,000 deficiency. The bank can go to court and ask the judge to make me pay the 100 grand. Deficiency judgments are uncommon in residential because the banks don't want to make people like you and me, they don't want to make ordinary people pay the mean old banks when we've just lost our home. Judges don't like to do that to us. So deficiency judgments are uncommon in residential. They are much more common in commercial. Oh, here's a question that's always on the test. Always, always, always. It's on the school test and the state test. If a deceased has no will and no heirs, his or her property may revert to New York State because of the statute of eminent domain, subordination, estoppel, or escheat. What's the answer? Exactly right. Exactly right. Answer is escheat. If an owner dies with no will and no family to inherit, which would be heirs, the real estate has no owner. It is abandoned. Such real estate is dangerous. So New York State has to step in and take over property to protect the public. This is called SG. Believe me, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it, but they have to. Now, let me tell you something. I am not a clock watcher. I think it's unethical for teachers to be watching the clock and going, oh, when is this class going to be over? Like, I think that's terrible. So I didn't really check the time, but I did notice that like 2 or 3 people left us. So is this class, I don't even know, is this class supposed to be 1 hour or an hour and a half? I guess nobody knows. Well, I think it's supposed to be an hour, but I enjoy working with you so much that um I mean, I don't know how much it costs even, but whatever you paid, I want you to get your money's worth. So I always go a little bit over time. So let's see if we can do one or two more questions and then we'll wrap it up, all right? I'm sure people like want to have dinner or something like that. Ah, here's a good one. Oh, I'm fine. I seem fine, don't I? I was sick for a while. I had some medical care, but I'm okay.
I'm just asking because yesterday we got an email that due to medical emergency, they postponed.
Oh,
So I just wanted
yes,
to make
it's
sure that
true.
you.
Yes, it's true. I was in the hospital yesterday. I was in the hospital yesterday. You can see it.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm fine today. In fact, I'm so fine that I forgot about it.
You're
Yeah,
always so positive, no matter
yeah,
what. You're a trooper.
yeah, yeah. Isn't that funny? I'm so fine that I forgot what happened yesterday until you just reminded me.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Which federal law dramatically curtailed the use of CFCs? Clean Air Act, Safe Drinking Water Act, Superfund, or CERCLA? Thank you. Answer is Clean Air Act. So let's talk about this, okay? We already know that CFCs leak and go up in the air. So we needed a law to stop them. So we added CFCs to Clean Air Act because they're in the air. Okay. Oh, here's another good one. Okay, I'm going to make this one the last question, and I feel pretty clear you can get this one. Because this one, even if you haven't studied the construction chapter yet or you don't remember, this one is kind of like common sense. The R value of insulation used in construction refers to toxicity, type, resistance, or freezing point. What's the answer? Exactly, because resistance is the one that starts with R. So exactly right. So answer is resistance. It starts with R, so they call it R value. Okay, did everybody give me your email address? I mean, I think you all did. And so if you gave it to me, don't worry, I have it. If you forgot to give it to me or you didn't do it yet, please do. And then the school asked me, um, the school asked me if I would write a review. I teach for a lot of schools, and honestly, RELNY is the best school I ever taught for. I mean, they're by far the best school. So I went online and I gave them a 5-star review, but I'm only one person. I can only review them once and then I'm out of gas. So I asked the school, what if my students want to review them? So here's what the school wrote me. They said you can review it on Facebook or you can review it on WhatsApp. And I guess you can probably review it on Yelp or Google, um, Google reviews. I don't know. School didn't give me the link, but it would be really helpful. I mean, if you like the school, it would be really helpful if you could give them a review because that helps the school a lot. They're a relatively new school. They only opened in 2021, so they're pretty new. But they're the only school I know that is multimedia. And, like you can watch it, you can listen to it, you can read it, or you can do all three. And it's the only school I know that delivers the material in 5 languages with free transcripts. You can't beat that. All right. Well, you can tell I really love this school. So, oh, that's nice. Yeah, they asked me to join them really at the beginning. They asked me to join them at the beginning. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I'm going to be sending you the transcript, and you got to give me a little time to clean it up, but I'm going to edit the transcript and I'm going to send it to you. And then you'll have my email address so that you can communicate with me. Okay. Now, Tamar, I want to tell you the school has a system. I don't know what it is, but you can ask them. I think you're allowed to watch some of the old webinars. So if that would help you in your study. Has anybody else ever done that? Has anybody else ever watched the old webinars? Yeah, okay. How do you do it? Do you just contact Deb and set it up? Yeah, well, let me give you Deb's address. It's Deb. Oh, it's on the dashboard. Okay. Um, so old webinars by me are available to review on student dashboard in webinar library. Are they free or do they cost money? Oh, wow. That's amazing. They're free? Amazing. All right, tomorrow that might be your solution. Okay, so I'm going to say goodbye. You have to say goodnight to my dog too. There's little Boney Maroney. She is patiently napping. And as soon as we're done, she'll have her dinner. But that's my bone. Yeah, she's a fashionista, all right. She has so many. She has like funny t-shirts that she wears. She has so many t-shirts. Like we have one t-shirt that it has a little arrow pointing at me and it says on it, "I'm with stupid." So she gets a lot of attention because she has lots of goofy t-shirts that she wears. All right. Well, thank you everyone for being with me this evening. And I'll send you the transcript soon. And if you have any questions or you run into, any difficulties or you have any comments or anything for me, you can always email me. Okay. All right. Good night. Bye-bye.